Hey guys, welcome back to Yorkshire Restoration and a brand new series on our channel. Now this is a liquid yellow Mitsubishi Evolution 8 and it looks very nice. It's got all the bells and whistles, it's got all the body kits and all the wings and everything. This is one of our customers and it's a very good example of a car that looks very nice, but if you look a little bit closer, it's a bit scabby. So there's bits on the roof, there's a lot underneath. There'll be a lot underneath this body kit as well, because body kits like to hold water and hold moisture as well. Underneath the bonnet there's also little scabby bits that we need to sort out. So I think the first thing we need to do is get it up on a ramp and see exactly what we need to do to the Evo. Right, it's not looking good underneath here. Worse than we kind of expected, to be honest. The sills are squashed, which we kind of imagined there would be anyway. But behind the original seam sealer is a lot of rust. And we were just kind of stabbing the floor pan with a screwdriver and it went straight through in multiple areas. The back subframe is also really rusty. And yeah, it's not looking good. I can even see carpet through here and through here. And God knows what's actually underneath this undersill. I mean, some of it is good, like all of this sort of central section here is okay, but then anything beyond that, either way, is kind of not so good. Yeah, that's not good. Right, anyway, so okay, I'll just leave that there. Yeah, it's not good. So we're going to decide what we're going to do, and then we're going to do that. Right, the cradle is off and it's exposed a whole lot more rust than what we first anticipated. Now up here, there's like 2 or 3 skins and the outer skin is actually peeling away from the actual thing itself. Now there's been previous repairs on these chassis rails as well, or the rear chassis legs, and it's looking quite grim underneath here, especially this side. That side's not so bad. This side has had repairs on it and yeah, it's not looking good. So we managed to eventually get the cradle down after much bashing and trying to get it off because it was seized on there. But anyway, that's a different story. So we've cleaned up the underside and it's looking grim, like I say. Up here is rusty, there's rust here, there's rust all down the sills, both of them. You can actually see carpet through these holes as well, which you shouldn't be able to see carpet from underneath the car. So that means we need to strip the interior as well to obviously continue those repairs. We spoke with the owner and it's going to be a full chassis leg job. So all these chassis legs from the back there to just about here, and this centre one here as well, we need to buy new panels and replace them. Now, the reason we're buying new panels is because there's captive bolts on there and it's much easier to buy the panels. Obviously, it's quite time consuming. We can make them, but it's very time consuming and we need to make sure the geometry is correct, so they need to be correct panels. So it's easier like that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by having to think of what I need to do. We need to strip the interior in the boot so we can obviously take out the spot welds on here. We need to strip the interior in here so we can take out the spot welds all the way down the chassis rail, because this is where the rear seat is. And yeah, we also need to deal with all these lines as well. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. So we managed to get just about the chassis rail off. It was an absolute pain because there's just so much going on. There's so many connections. There's like 250,000 spot welds. But anyway, that's that main part off. We've still got all this to take off, which is mostly off and all of this, but it's now easier to get there because there's not chassis rail in the way. And you know, obviously this was in the way when I'm trying to get it off. So first I'm going to get this off so we can see exactly what's left of inside here. And then I need to clean all this up because there's little bits that I've left on there, which I couldn't get because things are in the way. You can't really get in there and stuff like that. So we're going to clean all that up, and then we're going to start cutting something else out because there's plenty of rust on this car. There's like rust everywhere, as you can see from the side of the chassis rail. Yes, let's go. Right, so over the past 2 days, I've just been getting absolutely covered in unseal. We've not filmed loads of it, we've just filmed a little bit of it, but this is now down nearly to bare metal. So that's most of that sorted. We still need to DA it down and get it treated and obviously prime it from there. But I'm moving on to the repairs now. So this situation here is more than we anticipated. So I've had to cut this whole entire corner off just to get into there to repair it properly. Now there's still little bits of rust which I will treat, so don't worry about that. But now I'm going to start fabricating the panels for this section and yeah, start hopefully stitching this car back together. Right, so that's that arch done and that inner sill done. Now I do need to tickle that up a little bit more, just to make sure that it's nice and perfect, but that's that mostly done, so that's sorted. Now I'm going to move on to this boot floor. Now this is heavily pitted and it's actually gone through in various areas, so I need to cut this out and refabricate a new piece for this. Well, I was in a relatively good mood because we were seeing some nice shiny metal, and now look at this abomination. And this is what I've got to come on all of this floor. Now this is rusty all the way underneath here. These seams have broken apart and it's just absolutely, it's a catastrophe. Now, I'm going to take the car back down because I want to remove that seat and fold that carpet back because we need to start looking at this sill and floor section because it's rusty, like the rest of the car. Right, taking the interior out, now peeled back the carpet, found a bit of money in there, so Luke, the restoration is slightly cheaper. But we need to obviously take into consideration this wiring loom. So I've actually put the wiring loom above this strap, which is holding the back of this car down, just to make sure, because obviously we've taken a lot of weight out of the back of the car. So I've tucked it over there, but I need to take that into consideration. So I'm gonna make sure I put something over the wiring loom just in case, because there's going to be sparks flying and everything, so I don't want to ruin the interior, so I'm going to cover the interior. Also, this bracket here is gone. All of this is gone. All of the sill from back to front on the bottom is just about gone as well. So I need to move this ramp arm over here somewhere, which this is now structurally sound. Not that it's really doing much anyway. So I can move that over there, I can get access to here, and then I can start cutting all of this out. But first, I'm going to drill this out here because I've snapped a bolt, a captive nut, and I've snapped a bolt which goes in there. So I need to take this off anyway to get to this and to get underneath here because this is absolutely gone. And then we'll take it from there. Now this is really rusty inside, and I actually snapped one of the bolts which was in there, so this probably needed to come off anyway, but we might need to remake this. And it's revealed all this seam which is absolutely gone. Now instead of being a Mitsubishi Evolution, it's a Rustabishi Rustolution, as people like to say in the comments. So underneath here, plenty of rust on the floor and the sill, and I'm tripping over the old panels all the way down here. So we need to move this here onto this new section that I made, and then we can start cutting all of this out and refabricating new pieces. Right, so done that section there. This floor, it did have, I know it did have a bead in it, like this here, but like this. But basically this is for strength, and this is also like a drain hole, which is no longer needed. The strength is now in the panel because I've actually put a thicker panel in than what this is. I mean, it looks thick, but it's actually not, because that's actually the sound deadening. It's a very thin panel. Anyway, so I flat panned that. The owner is happy with that as well. I did discuss that with him. This may look like it bows, but it's actually meant to do, because if you look at this side, this also bows here, and it actually comes up there, and then it's straight from there. So back onto this side, I've done this inner sill and the floor section here. I still need to plug weld this to that section as well from the inside, so I will do that first, and then I'm going to start on this here. So all of this needs cutting out all the way basically to the front, but I'm going to chop it in two. I'm going to cut here and do that piece, and then obviously cut down here and do that piece. The reason for that is because I need to maintain strength, because it's on a ramp. I don't want to cut all of this out, because there'll be nothing linking the floor and the chassis rail to the actual sill itself where the strength is. So I'm going to cut this in half, cut it there, refabricate all of this, and then do the same over there. But I've also got some wires in there as well, which I need to contend with. So all that is mostly done. This here I've not fully done, because I need to get in there from the inside and plug weld this, add a little bit of sheet steel on there, and then continue welding all this. But I'm not going to do that until I've got these straps off. So with that being said, I'm going to cut this. I'm going to weld that first on the inside, then I'm going to start on this section here. Right, so we've got this floor section done and that sill done as well, so that's all that done. I was going to split this into two, but there's actually two strengtheners which go across here, which meant that I didn't have to do that. So I've done all of this up to here. Now, I've moved the ramp arm and I'm going to start tackling this area here, which is an absolute monstrosity, and there's actually a hole here. Yeah, so what I need to do is I need to go inside, move the carpet again, make sure it's out of the way, and then I can start taking all this under seal off. This is not good. This is a atrociousness. I mean, I think this is probably the worst part of the car because of what's going on. There's actually this floor pan, which is overlaid with this panel here, which then goes onto this bulkhead section here, which makes no sense. Hence why it's rusty, because there's loads of panels there, just like that back section. So I need to repair this somehow. Going inside, everything's in the way. There's the wiring loom up there, and yeah, it's just not very good. So let's grab a grinder and start cutting out some rusty steel. What an absolute mission that was. Now that's complete, which is nice because it was like layered up with so many layers, it's unbelievable. That's now done. That means that this whole situation is now complete, except for this, which I need to move the strap, this strap here, I need to move this to be able to get inside there and do that. And also I've got a little bit on the back section there, which if you come with me, I'll show you right now. Right, so this is the rusty situation that I was talking about. Now, obviously in a previous episode, I've actually replaced this, but this is also rusty. So I need to cut this out and see exactly what's behind there and see if I need to also cut this out here. But yeah, I need to refabricate this, make sure I get the hole in. There's a bead here that I need to take into consideration also. And then yeah, that should be this whole side done. So let's get a disc and start cutting some stuff again. Right, we are making progress. It's really cold today. That's all that done, this outside and the inside as well. Ground it down, put some dinner troll stuff on there and some primer as well. So that's all done, sorted, bada bing, bada boom. Michael Richard has been in that wheel well, repairing all that. So there's that still to do because there's still little bits and bobs to do in there. But yeah, he's done well doing that. Now I'm going to make one of these which goes onto here. Now I do need to continue this here, which means I've got to move this strap, but for now I'm gonna make one of these and then I can move the strap, I can get that fully welded in, then I can get this welded on. That is done. We've even got the little captive nut in there as well, so we can obviously get there, because this is where the jacking point goes. So we can actually bolt that jacking point up to that section there. That's all done, bada bing, bada boom. So we've done this top section as well, and we've welded it on the inside. We just need to clean that up once we get the car back down, and we can, you know, make that all nice and pretty in there. But that's that sorted, that's the front section sorted, and that means that all of this side is just about done. Now, don't be fooled about this big hole, because we need to put the chassis rail in first to then use this hole to get access to weld the chassis rail onto this here, and then we can obviously fold that back down and, you know, do all that sort of stuff. First of all, we're going to tackle this back here. Now, there's a plate here which actually holds some contraption on, which goes to the diff. Now, I'm going to take this off and I'm going to investigate behind there, because I know the other side, which didn't have a plate on, was rusty. So I dare say that this is also rusty. After we've done this, I'm going to continue towards the front of the car, which also includes taking this off. Now, I made a new one of these, this like little extension piece. This is where the jacking point goes, and it's bolted just in there. I made a new one of them in the last episode, so I can get that welded on. I've also got this full seam to do here as well, because that's really rusty. There's a hole in there which you can see the carpet, and I know I've got to do that front. So let's stop talking, let's get on with it. Right, so I've made this panel. It's like a big cleaver, to be honest, and that actually fits in there. I put a bead in there as well, which matches the original. And this Flex jacket is keeping me nice and warm. Links in the description to Flex. We'll use all of their hand tools as well. Yeah, really good stuff. Keeping me warm this winter. So I've put some holes in here. All I need to do is weld this in because we've trimmed it to where it needs to be. So I can weld that in, get it primed, and then I can move this ramp arm onto this chassis rail, and then I can attend to this bit here, which should be, hopefully, the last puzzle to the piece of the rust repair on this car, except for little bits and bobs and the chassis rails, and the back legs, chassis legs. Right, this is done, just about. I still need to grind a little bit down and titivate it and do this and that and the other, but bada bing, bada boom, basically. So that's done. Everything on the car, just about, is now rust repaired. Now, we still need to strip all the rust and the underseal and stuff like that, you know, odd bits and bobs. We have started doing it in this episode. My Uncle Richard was starting that, but we need to continue that, so then we're going to get everything in etch primer. Once we do remove everything, there might be little bits and bobs that we need to do, but the back sections are done, the back arches are done, the capping plates are done, the arches are done, this is done, the floor pan's done, just about everything is done. Now obviously we've only come to here. We still need to do the front of the car, but we're going to get the back done first, and then we can attend to the front. Right, so as you can see, all of the underside is purple. Now that's because of the RC900 from Dinatrol. I'll leave a link in the description. We use this stuff on every single project that we do on and off the channel. Now this actually leaves an epoxy coating, as you can see it says on the bottle there, and it's RC900 rust converter. And we sprayed this on the entire underneath of the car, and it even comes with a handy dandy little applicator gun. So that's rust protected, and it's also converted into a nice epoxy coating. So now we're about ready to put our primer on. So we're going to put primer on the entire underneath of the car where there's bare metal to protect it so it doesn't flash rust, because we've just done this. So we don't want it flash rusting. We can get the primer on there, and once the shaft legs actually turn up, we can then get them on and finish the rust repair just about on the Evo. Let's go. Oh, it's nice. Oh, it's nice and cozy in here, isn't it? It's just you, me, and a ridiculously rusty Evo. Anyway, this gun is amazing. We've used this before, and I mean, my dad's used Iwata for a trillion years, he keeps saying, but these guns are really, really good. I'll leave a link in the description to Iwata. They've actually sent us 2 priming guns and 2 painting guns with obviously all the attachments, so a big shout out goes out to them, and this is the bee's knees. So let's put it to the test and see how good it is. How majestic does this look? Now, it's so nice getting it all in one colour underneath and finally getting it protected, because once you get down to that bare metal, it starts flash rusting, and then it just like keeps getting worse and worse. So my Uncle Richard took all the bad stuff off, and we've RC900'd it. Again, links in the description to Dinatrol. They do some cracking stuff, and we've used some primer on this as well. So now it's all protected. Now we can start moving on to the front. Now, I've still got the front bumper and the lights to take out, so I'm going to start on that first. And then we've got the strut towers to have a look at. We've got the front bar to have a look at, and yeah, just any other rust that's in there. So yeah, let's get the front bumper off and we'll take it from there. rust. We've got plenty more rust on the Evo. Now, I've taken the strut towers out because there's lots of rust inside there, and I need to get here to actually clean all this up to see exactly what's the crack with it. So now we're going to clean all this up with the wire wheel, get it down to bare metal, see what the issue is, and then also that front, we may have to take the radiator out to actually get to the front bar because that's really crusty as well, unfortunately. So yeah, let's crack on. Right, before I do continue, I do want to give a big shout out to Flex. I mean, this heater jacket is the bee's knees, keeping me warm. It was warm a couple of days ago and then it's dropped right down and it's freezing in here now. So yeah, I can use the battery from the grinder to plug my jacket in, turn my jacket on, bada bing, bada boom, I'm really warm. So in these areas, I've moved the ECU, I've moved all the other ancillary items. We've got the radiator out, AC condenser has been moved as well, so we can get access to this bottom rail, and we can get access to these two areas here as well. Now, I do want to mention, a couple of episodes ago, we have actually removed the chassis rails, the rear chassis legs, which the owner wasn't expecting. So obviously that's more of a cost. So we're trying to keep costs down, hence why I'm trying to keep everything intact. If I was to take these hard lines off, it then costs to get the system regassed, the AC system regassed. So with that being said, I need to grind down all the rust and then try and somehow start rebuilding this front area, get some new steel in there, in the two arches, sort the strut towers out, bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, let's do it. Right, we've made quite a lot of progress in this video. We've stripped all this front section, we've done inside the arch, we've actually primed the underside as well to keep the rust at bay, and we've sorted all this front section out here. Now this was rusty, but it's actually come up really nice when we've put the wire wheel over it. So I've used some Dinatrol RC900, which is this stuff here. I'll leave a link in the description to these guys. Very good stuff, we use it on everything. Now we've got this support which actually holds the engine, so I'm gonna have to, well, not holds the engine, but supports the strut that's inside the engine. I need to take that off, so I do want to support this engine block as well, so nothing moves and it doesn't put undue stress on it. And so I'm gonna have to remake this. There's lots of rust behind there. I need to sort out all this situation down here. So yeah, and then I can get it primed and get it sorted. So I'm gonna start on this first, and then we'll move on to something else on the car. Right, this is looking a whole lot better. Now, I put the parrot stand underneath here to block the engine up, to take some weight off of the engine mount, because the engine mount is actually inside here. And I've split this up into sections. Now, I've used thicker steel to actually repair this because I wanted to make sure it maintained its structural integrity, and I split it up in sections to make sure that nothing moved. So that's all sorted, bada bing, bada boom. Now we go into this section. Now this is quite pitted on the inside, so I'm going to recreate this in thicker steel because it is quite thick steel. This is basically a strengthener which goes on there for that mounting on the inside. So I'm going to recreate this, get some beads in there, bada bing, bada boom, get it welded on. Right, we've done that panel. That's all nice and sorted and majestic. So I've taken the parrot stand from underneath because this is now solid. Now, that was only a precaution just in case. I didn't want to put too much weight on that. So I took the weight off it, repaired it, and then obviously, yeah, bada bing, bada boom. So that's that done. I've sprayed the Dinitrol RC900, which has literally turned it all black. It's a nice epoxy coating, so that's done. So this is ready, almost, to be primed. What I do need to do is there's a little bit of rust on the strut tower on this side, which I do need to sort. Once that's done, I can then prime all of this, all of the front, and all the other side. Now that is all that sorted. It's all in etch primer, bada bing, bada boom. Now you'll see that there is actually no windscreen in this car, and that's because we've got it removed. I will roll that footage first because the windscreen is actually over there and we've uncovered a little bit more rust. So I'll roll the footage first and then I'll bring you back here and update you on what we're going to do next. Right, so motorway windscreens have done a fantastic job of removing this in one piece and not cracking it. Now, I know there was a lot of built-up sealant on the edges, and windscreen Ryan, so there's a lot of Ryans going on, windscreen Ryan did a fantastic job of all this, and the company actually said that they're going to donate the money that this costs to charity, which is absolutely amazing. Do check them out. I'll leave a link in the description below of their Instagram, Facebook, and website as well. They're local to us and they're family run, so fantastic. So, having said that, there's more rust down here, unfortunately. I did expect this in the corner because you could see this, but I didn't expect this here, and that over there. But thankfully, this is actually quite simple, so we should be able to do this without too much of an issue. So this video, I'm going to first jump on the chassis rails. So I want to get the inside of the chassis rails coated with some nice primer to make sure they don't rust again, because they seem to rust from the inside out. So I'm going to coat them first, scotch them down, get them coated so they can be drying, and then I can start doing some other stuff on the car. I think I've got to strip the car, we've got to rub the car down, we've got to prep everything. So basically this video is going to be a lot of bits and bobs, and then hopefully we're also going to get the chassis rails in, which is a big task because this video goes live this weekend and it's Thursday. Let's get started. Right, so we've prepped all the inside of these chassis rails. Now, this is a thick layer of primer that's on here, but I want to put another layer on there just to protect it and make sure it doesn't rust from the inside out. Now, I've even done this centre bar. I drilled a couple of holes in here because this actually slips over these two chassis rails. So these go on first, then this goes over the top. So that's done. Now that's scotched, I can get some epoxy primer in there, but I've also taped up this edge. Now, this edge where you can see the yellow tape, that's what I'm going to spot weld to, or plug weld to. Now, the holes are already in the car, so I can jump into the boot and actually get all of this plug welded. Now, once I put some epoxy primer on the inside of these, just to give an extra layer of protection, I can take this tape off and then I can spray the bare metal where I'm going to weld with some weld-through primer. And then it's all nice and protected. Bada bing, bada boom. So let's get some paper down and let's get these primed. Before we do go any further, a package has just arrived from Bunker.
So Ryan...
Yeah, I've lost the instructions.
He's lost the instructions. So, Ryan and Richard have got this leg and this leg back to front.
This is meant to be satisfying a bit. As you can see, we've not used instructions and this stuff is really easy to put together once we actually got there. Now we'll start here. As you can see, in this cupboard, look at how majestic that looks. Now we've still got the shelves to put in there, but we'll do that once it's in. These are absolutely amazing. They're still locked, so we need to unlock them with these keys. But these actually go up here and you've got a nice storage area just above you. And you've got a nice worktop as well. All of these containers down here, all of this storage, love it. Also, this, as you can see, absolutely majestic. I can do my editing on here. You can put some power in there. You can do whatever you want. You've got USB ports. You can flick it on and off. Bada bing, bada boom. Thank you so much, Bunker, for all the love and support. And as you can see, we've also got this nice, lovely chair, which is actually tool storage area. You can wheel it to your situation that you're doing on your car, and you can put all your tools in there, put all your bits in there. Bada bing, bada boom.
Well made as well. This bench also goes up and down for people as tall as Ryan and for people as short as me.
Right, we are making some good progress now with 600 grit, everything except for up here and the roof, and obviously the other wings and body kit and all that sort of stuff. But that's the main body shell done. Looking nice and majestic. Yeah, so that's that sorted. Now, the chassis rails, which are down there staring at me in the face, are actually dry, so we can actually get them on. So I'm going to take the car up, and then we can offer them in, do any amendments that we need to do, because I think there's a little bit of steel in the way that I need to, you know, where the spot welds are, I need to kind of grind that back. But we're going to offer them up and hopefully get welded in finally. I recorded a whole segment and realised my fly was down, so I'm going to have to redo it. These chassis rails are an absolute pain. It's not a case of just literally offering the chassis rails up, checking the dimensions, welding them on, bada bing, bada boom. No, because there's so many contact points on these rails that you need to forcefully make sure that the rail is in contact with the floor, with the side section, with this section here as well. And yeah, so because there's so many contact points, you need to make sure that the rail is butt up against the car. There can't be a gap of like that between the rail. It needs 100% contact. Contact is good. So I used my Tron gauge I tried to use my tram gauge the best I could. I did a lot of measuring off camera as well, just to make sure these rails are in the right place. Luckily, the rods that I used were perfect for the holes down here, or the holes here. But it was just the issue of the oblong holes, which are here, which I have no idea why they use oblong holes, but there you go. That's a different story. So I was able to measure, and I was able to make sure that the rails are in the right place. So I've got a couple of welds to do underneath here, and then that should be all of the welding underneath the car, except for the centre bar, which I need to put on as well, which is over there. So I need to put the centre bar on. I'll tack it from the underside, then I'll weld everything from inside. I'll get the floor pan sections folded back down because I won't need those up anymore. And yeah, hopefully, finally get all of the welding done on this car, on this absolute atrocious Evo, which is becoming less atrocious. So yeah, let's go. Let's get that done because I need to prime and dinner troll as well. Let's go. That literally felt like an absolute welding marathon. Like I mentioned earlier, it's all about trying to make sure that the panels are butt up against each other before you're welding. But the penetration is good on the actual chassis itself when I've been welding from the top down. So that's good. That means it's really linked both of them together, which I'm happy about. I've got the floors both folded down, which now looks weird because it's been folded up for so long. Well, I say so long, about 2 months maybe, something like that. But it's nice to finally get those chassis rails in. And it's a big relief actually to get them in. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to clean the welds down, which go sort of across the sides, because I do have to make the upstand angle thing that's in there. So I've got that to do. Once I've done that, I'll clean all the welds down, and then hopefully we can get some primer on all of the welds inside here, on the floors down there and underneath. So I need to scotch all the stuff down as well, but I can get hopefully everything in primer. Thank goodness that's done. Holy crap. That took longer than expected, like things normally do. That's all that inside welded. The chassis rails are on. I've spent all day welding. Anyway, that's a different story. Now that that's done, thank goodness for that, I want to take the car up. I've got a little tiny panel to make on the underside, and then I can clean all the welds up that I need. So I'll probably leave most of them there just for strength and stuff, and it's going to be unsealed anyway. And then I'll clean them up, like I say, and then we'll get some nice etch primer on there, and hopefully get some Dinitrol on. I mean, it is knocking on. Don't know what time it is. It's knocking on now, so I do want to go to bed at some point today. So I'm going to get it done and get it sorted, and yeah, get it up undercoated. Well, I cannot tell you how glad I am to actually get those chassis rails on and get them sorted and get them primed. So there's literally no more rust on this car, which is absolutely fantastic. And we can start building this car back up, which is like that must be some sort of massive milestone. The running gear is already prepped and ready to go on. It has been cleaned by the ice blasters, so that's all sorted. So that can go back on, and we can start getting parts off of the floor and out of storage and back onto the car, which is a big thing. So we're going to start seam sealing. We're going to get the Dinitrol on underneath, and then we're hopefully going to start putting this car back together. Right, ice blasters have been and done a thing on the Evo. Tell us about it.
We did, yeah. So these arms were black.
Yes.
They're now aluminium.
Yes,
they're
looking brand new.
And the bottom of the subframe. So while we were there, we just whizzed over what we could see as well.
It looks absolutely amazing. That saves me a lot of time from grinding everything and cleaning everything up. And when I clean it, right, it's not as good as when you do it because
you know what,
ice.
we've done the axle as well, didn't we?
Yes, we have, yeah.
You'd already laser cleaned this.
Have a look at this, yes. Look at how brand new that looks. Let's move these bags out of the way. Look at that. So we'd already sort of like cleaned this, and then it was left for a month and a half. But the ice blasting seems to get in there a little bit more.
It does, yeah.
Which is absolutely fantastic.
You know what, especially on aluminium, because it's that little bit softer as well.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So it's done an absolute fantastic job on this. We spent probably 2.5 days cleaning this, and this man comes along and does it in like 10 minutes, which is absolutely amazing. But no, thank you very much for coming down.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having us.
If you do want to get anything ice blasted, it's not just cars, is it? You can do
anything, woodwork, stonework. We're in industrial work. We do absolutely anything.
Yeah, do get them on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook as well
at the Ice Blasters.
At the Ice Blasters. Yeah. You can see here all these lines. We've got electrical connections. They don't have to be removed because it doesn't harm them. It's non-intrusive, isn't it?
Exactly that.
It's fantastic. So yeah, again, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ryan.
Now, I'm going to jump onto seam sealing the underneath of the car, and then we can finally get some Dinitrol on here. All the seals are now seamed, the seams are now sealed, and That's all sorted, so no rusted, no water is going to creep in. Now there is holes in here, but we'll use this cavity wax, which is the ML from Dinitrol. This is like a super penetrating cavity wax that we will spray in all of the cavities. But first, what we're going to do, we're going to mist this on the underneath of the car, because this promotes adhesion for the 4941 and the 445. 445, 4941. Now the 445 is a stone chip. This goes in the arches, it repels stones, it's very good stuff, overpaintable as well. And the 4941 is the tacky stuff. That's what goes on the entire underneath of the car, except for the arches. This is like a soft self-knitting tacky sort of substrate, and it's very good. We use it on literally everything. So links in the description to Dinitrol. They've supported the channel, and we use their products on and off of camera as well. So anything that we do, we use the Dinitrol stuff. So I'm going to get the ML on first, I'm going to do the dust coat, and then I'm going to get the 4941 and the 445. Let's go. You know what I'm going to say now, don't you? How majestic does this look? Now, it's really nice to actually get it all in one colour, but also rust protected as well. So I think I used like 6 cans of 4941 and 2 or 3 cans of 445. Very good stuff. I laid it on really thin and just kept layering it up and layering it up and layering it up and letting it sort of, you know, giving it half an hour between coats. What you don't want to do is put one big thick coat on, and yeah, it just doesn't work out very well. So thin coats, bada bing, bada boom. Links in the description to Dinitrol. Do check them out, get them on Instagram and all that good stuff. And yeah, they've been a long-standing supporter of our channel. However, now we need to get back to work because we've got everything to fit back up to this. Now, I do know that I've still got these outer sills to do. I do know that there's still stuff to do. I need to Dinitrol all of this as well. I need to Dinitrol the running gear, bada bing, bada boom, all that sort of stuff. But I do want to start getting things back on the car. So I've put some RC900 on the rear running gear, and I just need to put some you know, Dinitrol stuff on there. I've got the petrol tank, which is brand new, that I do need to coat as well. So I'm going to scotch that down, get that coated. I need to transfer all of the stuff from the old one onto the new one as well. But it's so nice to be in a position where we can finally get things back on the car. So I'm going to start with probably coating the tank moving everything over onto the new tank, and then I can jump on the running gear. Right, we interrupt this video because our Cars and Coffee, which was on the 4th of May, was a raging success. Big thanks to everyone that did turn up. It's now the 13th of May, so we're going to release a couple of winners. So there's going to be a winner on YouTube and a winner on Instagram. So do get us on Instagram to see if you've won something. So I'm going to go on the random number generator, but when you did turn up, we gave you a small ticket. It had a number on it. That's very important for this. So if I click on random number generator right here, right now, and we scroll down, the max was 250, so we've got min and max, and we're going to generate a nice juicy number, which is 154. So if you've got ticket number 154, then do send it to us on Instagram with your name, and then you'll get a nice juicy bit of merch. So yeah, back to the video. that petrol tank was an absolute pain to fit, but it's now looking super majestic, which is nice. This petrol tank, I noticed on the old petrol tank, it had like this heat shield situation that was going on. The new petrol tank didn't. So I had to drill the rivets out, refurb the heat shield thing that was attached to the old petrol tank, and then put it on the new petrol tank. But this is all looking real nice and real good. So that means that I'm gonna watch my other videos to make sure that there's nothing else to go on first. But it means that I'm gonna get that running gear on, which is over there. Right, huge milestone getting that running gear on. I mean, it took 20 minutes to fit, which is absolutely insane, and I'm really happy with that. So that must mean that the chassis rails are just about in the right place, which is a huge relief, let me tell you, a huge relief. So the plan now is Steve's horsing on with the bodywork. We've got these two rear quarters done. He's doing the front as well. I've just done that windscreen surround, done the repairs there. So now we can take the ratchet strap off, which was holding the car from tipping over because it was very light on the back and very heavy on the front. And we're going to get all of the inside cleaned and then ready for paint, because all this needs painting in here where the repairs are, and then we need to paint the outside as well. So let's go. we've got the running gear on. Bits of that was a pain, but the main actual thing went straight on, and it was absolutely lovely. I think it took us longer to get the rest of the arms, and especially that one that goes into the cup in there. That was a real pain, but we managed to get there. So Steve has primed all the areas that have been repaired, the rear wings, the windscreen surround. I've primed inside. We do need to get that seam sealed as well inside, ready for paint tomorrow. And I'm going to do that tonight. And I'm also going to get the front wheels back on. So I've got the front struts to put on, so I'm going to do that now, get it back on its wheels, get it back on the floor. First time in like 2.5 months, 3 months, something like that. So this build has been quite a quick build, to be honest. But it's looking absolutely majestic under there. Don't forget to like and subscribe as well. Right, so now, front struts, front wheels, get that on, get it on the ground, bada bing, bada boom. Milestone Central right here, right now. These are a bit dusty to be fair. First time it's kind of been on the floor, it's naturally on the floor because it's on the tables, but first time holding its own weight in 2.5 to 3 months, which is crazy. It's been quite a journey on this car, but we've still got a lot to do. Still got a lot of paint to do, still got a lot of parts to put on as well. But now, the reason I put it on the tables is because I want to get to these sills. Now, I want to wire wheel the whole sills, make sure everything's good. I did do them before, but I kind of left them in bare metal, started to surface rust a little bit. That's why you need to use the Dinitrol RC900 and prime it as well. I'm going to re-go over both of these sills on the bottom, then I'm going to get them in primer. After that, I'm going to seam seal the inside. Ready for paint tomorrow on the inside. Only paint on the inside tomorrow. So yeah, let's go. Right, so we've got the stone chip on the car, it's on the sills, we've popped it on here as well and in the petrol cap as well, so we can get some nice colour on there. Now, we've cleaned the inside, Steve's just taping up inside as well what we need to tape up, and then we're going to shoot some original yellow on here, so it blends in with everything else and it's nice and majestic. None of this is seen in anyway, but we want to paint it and get it all nice and sorted. And yeah, so now we're going to mix some paint up and get some paint on. Right, so the first task we need to do is, Steve's lovingly done all this on the rake waters because this was just atrocious. We've welded bits in here as well, so that's all done. This will be covered by the body kit once the body kit gets bonded back on. So we need to paint all of this that's underneath the body kit first, so then obviously we can bond it on and then bead it in and then bada bing, bada boom. So we've got this to paint, we've got this stone chip to do, we've got where the side skirt's going to be on the sill as well, and we've got the bumper where the bumper kind of comes here and the kit comes over the bumper, so we need to paint that as well. So that's going to be the first stage of paint, and then the second stage is going to be the rest of the car. So let's get on with it. there we have it. The liquid yellow is now on the rear quarters, the sills and the back. So that means tomorrow, once it's all dry, we can get the bumper on, we can get the side skirts on, we can get the body kit on, and then hopefully finally get a lick of paint on, probably Sunday now, but finally get a lick of paint on the entire car. Now I've still got to scotch little bits down, I've got preparations to do. I've still got the boot lid to do as well, because where the wing has been, it's kind of pulled through the actual boot skin, the inner skin on the boot, so I've got that to repair. And then we could possibly get the boot painted tomorrow, get the engine bay painted tomorrow, and then get the whole car painted on Sunday. So yeah, big task, but we are getting there, which is the main thing. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the car up, because I want to get the cavity wax in everything, get cavity wax in all the areas and stuff like that, just to make sure it's nice and protected. So now what I'm going to be working on is I'm going to continue on these side skirts, getting all the loose bits of debris and all the old seam sealer and stuff off there, so I can get them off, and then I can start working on that boot. Well, would you look at that? We've finally got the kit on. We've got the front wings on. Yeah, it's really coming together, which is nice. So I think the plan is now to lower the car and get the car into the paint shop. Now, I know there's a couple of missing bolts underneath. I know we've got to get everything else back on there. There's still the exhaust pot on as well. It's got to come back on the ramp after it's painted just to finish those little bits up. But this is being painted tomorrow, which is Sunday, and it's 1 week exactly to the day tomorrow where this is going to the Cars and Coffee, and it will be unveiled to Luke, who is the owner. I mean, it did come today, but he's not seen it fully painted. So we're going to do a bit of an unveiling there. So if you're actually at that show, you're probably watching this after the show because this hasn't been released yet. But anyway, yeah, so we're going to take the car down, we're going to roll it into the paint shop and get it prepped for paint. Right, big day for the Evo. This is major milestone day. Steve's over there in his Iwater overalls. We're going to use the Iwater gun as well. And yeah, big day for the Evo. We've got to get the base on, got to get the Zerillic on, and then we've got to get the lacquer on as well. So it's actually a 3-stage pearlescent colour. It is Renault liquid yellow as well, for anyone that's asking. So we've done a lot of preps on this. We're just going to blow the car off one more time. We're going to get it wax and grease removed, and then hopefully lay some colour down. It's all down to Steve now. going to start by flattening and polishing the whole car. So while it's taped up, we want to get it flat and polished so we don't get, you know, stuff all over the interior and the glass and everything, you know, and all the trims and stuff. So we're going to flat and polish it first, and then we can start rolling it back out and start putting it, hopefully, back together, because it's now Tuesday, and we've got 5 days until we reveal this car to the owner and in front of a crowd of about 500 people at the Black Bull Inn at Cars and Coffee, which has probably already gone by now. So let's get cracking. Right, it is Thursday now, and this car needs to be complete, and for the show, Cars and Coffee, on Sunday, so I don't have long. I've flat and polished kind of half of the car. I've not done the wing or the roof yet, but I've done sort of like the rear quarter and the boots. My dad's going to continue on the flat and polishing while I start to put the car back together, because like I say, we'd literally run out of time. Windscreen Ryan is also on his way to pop the windscreen back in and get it all seam sealed and everything, and do all of his good stuff that he needs to do on there. So that's going to be that sorted, and then we're going to start concentrating on getting the interior back in as well. So it's all clean inside there now. Jenny's done a fantastic job of cleaning inside there to make sure that it's all good to go. The interior is down here, that's all cleaned. Again, Jenny's done a good job of that. So we're going to throw the interior in, get all that sorted, and then we can start building it from the inside out, get the windscreen in, and then hopefully get all the other bits and bobs in. We do need to get it back up on the ramp to secure some bolts and, you know, do a couple of extra little things. But apart from that, yeah, let's go. We've run out of time. Let's go. Right, I've just had some bourbon biscuits. This car is finally coming together and it's really nice. Like I keep saying on other builds as well, it's really nice to get parts from on the shelves onto the car and the shelves looking empty. So this car is really coming together. I do need to still bolt these down because these are loose. We left them loose obviously so we could get the bonnet in and stuff like that. So I need to bolt them down. I need to fit the scoop to the front. We need to make some gussets for the back. We need to get the rear wing on. We need to do a bit on the brakes and there's still quite a lot to do. And believe it or not, our Cars and Coffee event is tomorrow. It's now Saturday and we've still got loads to do. So let's stop talking, let's crack on. hand relax. It is now 7 minutes past 8 in the 7 minutes past 8 at night, and it's the 3rd of May. Now this is going to the Black Bull Inn and being revealed to the owner tomorrow on the 4th of May at our Cars and Coffee. If you are going to that, or if you've been to that because you won't see this video until after that, then nice to meet you and all that good stuff. If not, then we will have a video coming out on that. Either you might have already seen that by the time this comes out. Anyway, back to the event. This is going to be the main event at the Cars and Coffee. Now you can see all the nice dinner stroll that's underneath here. We've just about got most of the things on. There's still like this to do, this to do. I've got the rear calipers to do. I've got little bits and bobs to do on the car. I've still got these hangers to put on as well, wherever they are, these ones here. But the car is 99.99% complete. We've got the rear wing on. It's all been flat and polished. It's all been painted. We've got the interior done. Everything's been clean, bada bing, bada boom. I've personally and purposely not shown you the entire car because I want you guys to see it revealed at the show as well. Whether you're going or not, I will show it in this video as well. But I'm going to do all the little bits and bobs off camera because it's just little tiny bits and bobs and it's really getting late now, so I need to crack on with it. But I'm going to leave it there at the moment, and then you guys will then see this being revealed at the event. So we'll see you there. And we have made it to Yorkshire Car Restoration Cars and Coffee 2025. Follow me and I'll show you in. This is only the start. It's only just past 9 and people have already started turning up. We've got Shmee 150's car in the Eco trailer. We've got the Mirage Countach here looking absolutely abandoned. We've got my brother's RX-7 here, also looking abandoned. Follow me this way, we've got the Disaster Datsun 260Z, which is a custom car. We've got the K70 stroke Passat, which is going to be on the channel very soon as well, but we've done a lot of work to this car. We've got the Cosmo looking absolutely majestic. We've got all these guys loving it. If you follow me this way, you can see the LJ80 in the background. And for the main event, we've got the Evo, so we're not going to reveal it yet. We're going to wait until 12 when everyone arrives and everyone's here. We're going to reveal the Evo. It's not 100%, but it's just about there. We've got a couple of badges to put on, but we're going to do that after we reveal it. So that's that. We're going to let everyone turn up. We're going to show you around the event, and then we're going to probably stand on the Countach or stand on something and announce the reveal of the Evo. This is our first event, Yorkshire Car Restoration Cars and Coffee.
And how mad is it?
And I cannot tell you the amount of planning that's gone into this. Not by us, but by our friends.
We've done nothing. We've done absolutely nothing.
And by our friends and family and close support, and it's just been absolutely crazy that everyone has turned up. Everyone here has turned up in their cars to support Yorkshire Car Restoration.
We do appreciate it. Thank you guys a lot.
Yeah.
And that, we really do mean that.
From humble beginnings, from building this from day one, spending 3-4 days trying to edit a single video on the LG80, which still isn't finished because it's our own car.
But we nearly have got all the bits to finish that car now. Plus some fantastic collaborations that are coming up. Some fantastic collaborations that are coming up that lets us finish this car.
Yeah.
We was lacking things like a petrol filler cap and archers. We've now got them sorted.
Yeah. Can I just say, a massive thank you to everyone for turning up, taking the time to come. People that have travelled from. There's two guys that travel from Ireland.
Yeah, they have. They've just gone now, just in a little Honda.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. But again, thank you very much for all your love and support. I would like to invite Mr. Luke, who is the owner of the Evo, wherever you are. Mr. Luke, I can't see you.
It's those glasses you've got on.
Yeah, it's those glasses. Beside the Evo here, you will see.
This was the chassis rail.
The original parts to this car.
That was the chassis rail that was on the back of this car. So how crazy is that?
So this is the main support for the back cradle of the car, and that's the state it was in.
And this now belongs to you.
Yeah, we're taking the car.
That's all you get. That's all you get.
So if anyone wants to buy that, £1,000, right there. Some other little bits and bobs, you know, from the car. You've got bits of floor pans, sills, everything like that.
Can I just say as well, this is just a fraction of what has come off the car. These are only little bits that we've kept. The actual most of this car that came off, we've just brushed away, we've chucked in a skip.
Yeah.
These are just big bits.
Let this car be a testament to hard work and to dedication, because this is
all
actually
is hard work and dedication. Oh man, I've just looked at it.
Because this car has been built in 3 months, and from where it was to where it has been now, and where it's come and how far it's come, has been a real testament to hard work, dedication, and
sleeping on the floor occasionally.
And sleeping on the floor overnight, doing crazy. I was still putting parts on this car at 10 o'clock last night.
And 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and 6 o'clock this morning. Absolutely mental. It's 99% complete, so we've still got little bits and bobs to do to this car. We've got the calipers to put on, we've got the side skirt extenders to do, but the most
still a
of
bit
it...
of polishing to do.
But the most of it is done. So, what do you reckon? Yeah? It's been 4 years since this car's been on the road, right?
Now that we've painted it a nice red colour.
You didn't want red, didn't
you? Yeah.
So this car's been off the road for 4 years. You've owned it for how long?
6.
He's owned it for 6 years. It's been off the road for 4 years. So you've made many memories in this car, and we would like to reveal it because it was the newest car to the channel, and it looks very nice.
Even though it's only 99% there at the moment.
99.
There's still a little bit to do, but they're just little finishing touches.
Yeah.
So. And it's his birthday. Happy birthday. Happy
there you go. Well, there you go. There's your present.
Yeah.
Take that away. Yeah, so I think it's time. I guess let's do the Evo reveal. So now we're at the show. This is going to the video, by the way, so if you watch the last Evo video, you'll see this bit. But yeah, it's been a long time in the making. This is the Mitsubishi Evolution that started from humble beginnings, and now at Cars and Coffee for Yorkshire Car Restoration 2025, we're going to reveal this car with Luke, the owner, standing by. So I think
let's unwrap it.
Nice. Now is the time. Before we unwrap it, right? I need all of you to give me a cheer or something. I don't want to unwrap it and then like there's silence, right? Yeah.
As loud as you can.
Everyone's just stood there, right?
For the camera.
Everyone ready? Yeah. Come on, let's get it done. Let's get it going. Oh, wait, no, stop. No, stop. It's still strapped on.
Error.
Stop looking.
It's only a small technical error.
Where's your lad? He tied this knot.
There we go. We got some scissors. Right, go, go.
Right.
Yay!
There we go.
Completely repainted as well, so.
I'm in the way of everyone's camera. Look at that. So this is Mitsubishi Evolution 8. It's missing a badge on the front.
Yeah, badge.
That's in the GTR actually. It's painted in liquid yellow, which was the colour that this car was. But it's had so much work done to it. Obviously we had all the side skirts and everything, but it's come such a long way. It really has. Yeah, it's come such a long way. And there you have it. I'm out of breath now. And there you have it. The Evo is done. The end of an era, the end of a playlist, the end of that series, which is absolutely crazy because a couple of months ago, that had nothing on it and it was just basically a bare shell. And we've transformed that car into what it is now, which is absolutely crazy. But that's not the end of what we do because there's so many more builds just like this one. We've got an RS 2000, M3, we've got Matt Armstrong's car, we've got Shmi 150's car, we've got all sorts in the pipeline, which is coming, and all sorts on our channel at the moment as well. So do visit that. Make sure you get us on our socials, Instagram and Facebook. Make sure you do like and subscribe, and we'll catch you in the next episode of whatever you watch.